Good morning. Last session, Mr. Sunak.
Good morning, milady.
Good morning, Mr. Sunak. Can I just recap on where we are in the schedule of topics? We got up to more or less the end of my questions about universal credit and working tax credit uplifts. Just a couple of questions I'll come to that occurred to me overnight. But we're then going to look at statutory sick pay, the rebate scheme in particular, loans, grants, access by the VCSE sector to support, long COVID, and then an opportunity for you to share any overarching reflections. And having summarised those topics, I just make this point, which I think is a point you were at pains to stress yesterday, that these are a selection of many hundreds of schemes that stood up. We are obviously not, in the time available, able to look at every single scheme, and you've made that point that it's important to think about all of the interventions that were taken. And also, for the benefit of those following these hearings, this is the 9th in a series of modules, and earlier modules have looked at, in different ways, aspects of government intervention. For example, the module that looked at children. And we're not retreading that ground. So we're not retreading, for example, Eat Out to Help Out that was picked up in Module 2. So just to make that clear in terms of what we're looking at and why we're looking at those topics. So can I just pick up, please, two discrete issues relating to the uplift. And the first really is just for a matter of clarification and of my understanding of your evidence. I'm going to ask that we have up on the screen your statement, paragraph 1011. It's INQ 0006614883. This is just to pick up a final point about legacy benefits. You say there were also DWP legacy benefits being provided to existing claimants who might experience a drop in incomes or unemployment, primarily income-based job seekers allowance and employment support allowance. As with tax credits, these are being replaced with the universal credit system, and so were closed to new claimants who would apply for universal credit. It was the case that people who the policy was intended to target may have been in receipt of these benefits instead of universal credit. I don't think you said anything inconsistent with that yesterday, but we perhaps didn't deal with it that explicitly. It's just the point that there may have been some people, albeit a much smaller category, who were in receipt of legacy benefits who may have had a drop in income or from loss of employment.
As I've, I think, said on many occasions, in all of these schemes, when you're trying to target millions and millions of people, of course we're going to be able to find groups of people who didn't benefit in some particular way. And I think we could have the same version of that conversation on every single one of these schemes. So I would just caution against being so focused on that particular aspect of it. In this case, the majority of people on those legacy benefits did not have work-related conditions on them, and I haven't got the exact figures here, and DWP would be able to provide them. But the overall approach here was to focus this extra support on those people who were seeing that change in income. The best way to get that group of people was to go through the universal credit. In particular, for this subset of a subset of a subset of people, they are probably exactly the people who would have benefited from going from legacy benefits to universal credit. And I talked yesterday about the fact that around 70% of people on legacy benefits would actually have been better off if they transitioned to universal credit, as they had the opportunity to do. And again, so that's a first level of, second mitigation to the point. And then beyond that, as you acknowledged in your opening remarks, Mr. Wright, there are a range of other support available, and in particular for those on the lowest incomes. We did have the hardship funds, which ended up totaling well over £1.5 billion, I think, to help people in the most need. We had significant funding for local authorities. We also had the local housing authority uplift again. So they may well have benefited from one or all of those other things I just mentioned. So in terms of trying to do a macro policy that could quickly, comprehensively target millions of people and largely focus it on those whose incomes are changing, that the right way to do that is universal credit. And as we discussed yesterday, this conversation, like the one we had yesterday, it is essentially theoretical. There was no practical operational way to do this. So even if one had concluded that it was an appropriate policy response, there was no way to do it. So I would remind everyone of the theoretical nature of this conversation, and especially as this won't be an issue next time around, given that the migration from legacy benefits would have been completed by next spring.
Okay, thank you. Second thing I wanted to pick up, and I'm picking this up really as much as anything in a forward-looking sense. You've spoken about part of the policy rationale of all of the big schemes, so job retention, self-employed income support and universal credit uplift, being that the government was making a decision about restricting people's ability to go out and work and to earn, and therefore there was a sense in which the state had to stand behind those decisions financially and support people. We've also heard evidence that the restrictions, the health restrictions, stay at home, had the potential to increase costs to some households, regardless of their ability to earn. So we've been talking about earning ability, but cost base, and in particular, evidence that those on the lowest incomes may have increased costs. And I just wonder, can you give us your reflections on this? Was there any working assumption that essentially people would save money by being at home? In other words, their costs would decrease because they wouldn't be going out and spending. And do you think there was enough factoring in the potential for costs to increase? For example, if you're a low-income family, you've got to stay at home, therefore you've got to heat the home all day. You've got to entertain and educate the children at home, those sorts of costs. And really, in a forward-looking sense, are those factors that a future chancellor making decisions ought to factor into the support that should be provided?
What I would say on that is there wasn't an explicit policy view that costs would come down. That's not featuring any of the advice that you've seen in the inquiry so far. What we do know is that during that period, inflation in aggregate was very low. Right. So in general, the cost of goods and services in the economy during this period was lower than target for the entirety, I think, of that first 12 months, if not slightly longer. So in an aggregate sense, now again, everyone's lived experience of inflation is of course different, but you're trying to make policy in aggregate as well. So we do know inflation was low. We do know, we touched on this yesterday, for those on legacy benefits in particular who had not seen an increase in those benefits for 4 or 5 years, actually for the first time in those 4 or 5 years had seen an increase in their benefits. And the universal credit uplift, as we discussed yesterday, as well as having the kind of direct link to employment and incomes, also provided just a general increase to very vulnerable people, millions of very vulnerable people. And so that helped in a much more general sense. And we talked about that yesterday, that was an extra benefit of that policy and very considerable, billions and billions of pounds to help with those. So that would have helped with living costs as well. And then the last thing I would say is, and again, this goes back to the breadth of support. You touched on education. In the module on education, you would have heard about the extra financial support that was provided for vulnerable households particularly as their children were being educated at home. We haven't touched on local government, but there was an enormous amount of funding that was provided to local government to help vulnerable families. So for those who were clinically vulnerable, shielding, with the extra support for those people, there was various support programs announced of hundreds of millions of pounds. Social care in the broader sense, which included, care for people in their homes, those who might have disabilities, all of those things. There was, I think, in total £6 billion that was provided for local authorities, extra support to help all of those people. Obviously, for those who are homeless and rough sleeping, again, there was considerable extra funds provided, targeted at those people. So my general view is, I don't think it's fair to say there wasn't attention given to groups of vulnerable people. In fact, across all the different things I've mentioned, and probably many more that we haven't got time to consider, there was an enormous amount of support being put in place for different people in different ways. And then taking a step back, as I said, the macro situation was that inflation during this period was low, and you probably heard that from Governor of the Bank of England yesterday as well, and he was having to send letters to me that inflation was below target in those days. And then I guess the proof is in the pudding. And yesterday I went through the measured metrics of poverty, of deprivation, of inequality, of food insecurity. And many of those things pick up the cost side of the equation as well as the income side. And I think the overwhelming conclusion, looking at all that data, whether it's academic, whether it's survey, whether it's measured, is that living standards were protected, which deals with both cost and income. Poverty reduced, the number of children in poverty reduced, and food insecurity reduced. So again, all those measures would tell you that in aggregate, because of the various different things that we did, actually the track record of making sure that we looked after the most vulnerable is something that I certainly am proud of, and I think is better than almost anyone expected it to be going into the pandemic.
Okay. So I think from that, acknowledging all of the matters you referred to, I understand your answer to be, yes, the cost is an important consideration. It's cost and income. But we did take account of that and put in place measures, and therefore that's something that should be thought about in the future. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but again, I wouldn't. I would say it wasn't as if there was a specific analysis that was done.
No, but
for
equally,
every types of persons. But in an aggregate sense, we were aware of what was happening in the economy, what was happening to particularly vulnerable families, and actually, as I said, obviously there was an appreciation. Some costs might be higher, some costs might be lower, and when you get down to that level, there's always a thing. It does vary enormously by family circumstance, which is why I think the range of different things is important, because each person, some people would have had complex disabilities, some people would have been in receipt of social care, some people would have needed help with shielding, some people just needed general help, i.e. universal credit. So that's why the suite of interventions matters in aggregate, and then you can look at the aggregate outcomes for this cohort, all of which, as I said, are, I think, far more favourable than anyone imagined, and in absolute terms, very positive, and that's been recognised as such. That said, of course, there were always going to be people who were having a particularly tough time, and that's why the hardship funds, which I go back to because they were the kind of last, the ultimate last resort lifeline for people, which is, your local authority has a pot of money which is designed to help those who are the most vulnerable in whatever help they need. It was a flexible pot of funding. It was continually topped up, and it was there to help those who, for whatever reason, needed that little bit of extra help. And that was there from the first day, actually, from the budget. I think the first iteration of that fund was announced at the budget and then continually topped up, because in the back of my head, I realised that no one sitting in Treasury or Downing Street was able to think about every single situation that might, a family might have to grapple with during this period. And it was right that there was a flexible and discretionary pot that could help those people.
All right. Thank you very much. moving on then to the statutory sick pay rebate scheme, and I would like to take this fairly shortly because I want to really get on to loans and grants, which are perhaps meatier issues and things about which you'll want to say more, I anticipate. So the rebate scheme, just by way of high-level overview, announced by yourself as part of your 11th of March budget, went live on the 26th of May 2020, but with retrospective application to claims from 13th of March. And this was essentially, in terms of its objective, a measure to protect SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, from the increased costs of paying statutory sick pay, because there was an anticipated significantly higher volume of employees who may be unwell due to the pandemic, whether they were ill or self-isolating. So taking account of both. So that was the scheme as we understand it. I just want to pick up a few discrete issues about design. The first is that, and I can take you to these if it will help, but I'll give you the information we have and then get to the question. The definition of an SME, you were getting advice to limit it to businesses with fewer than 50 employees. You took the decision to not limit it to that, but to actually apply the scheme to businesses with fewer than 250 employees. So first question, what was your rationale for doing that and including more businesses?
Just a sense that there were businesses between 50 and 250 that might still benefit from the help. There are various different definitions of SME that exist in and around government. You're right, the initial advice suggested 50. I remember, I think, probably discussing it with Therese Coffey in this policy. Again, good example of good working between DWP and the Treasury on all the SSP-related policy development. And just judgment felt that actually, that extra bit of generosity was manageable and was sensible in terms of achieving the objective of supporting businesses that were responsible for a lot of employment in the economy, over half probably, but still not necessarily so financially strong that they could manage without a little bit of support.
And the rationale generally in terms of not applying that sort of support to really big business is that you make the basic assumption that if you're employing over 250 people, you're likely to be a business that can stand it, really.
Yes, and we had different support, and for those businesses, obviously the loan schemes, which we'll come on to, and the generous and subsidised loan schemes will provide that bridge, but we're expecting those larger businesses to weather some of the shock themselves and share some of the burden with them through furlough and loan schemes as well. But yes, essential, again, when we talked right at the beginning, trying to target support where you can to those who most need it, because that's good value for money and keeps the cost down for taxpayers. And again, there's just a judgment to make about should it be 50, 250 or large. We took 250 as a sensible place for, and again, it's a reasonably accepted definition that is used for small and medium-sized businesses.
And if the cost of paying statutory sick pay was knocking over companies that were employing more than 250 people, then they'd have been in a pretty precarious state to begin with. I mean,
yeah. I think also, and Therese made this point, or Secretary of State made this point in her written evidence. These larger companies, most or the majority of them, offer sick pay which is in excess of statutory sick pay in any case, so it would only form a portion of the costs, and that's generally what you see with larger companies doing something beyond statutory sick pay.
Okay. The projected cost, so when the scheme was being worked up, was about 2 billion.
Yes.
But in fact, we know that in the region of 100 million was spent, so significantly less than was budgeted for. To give some sort of employer-employee context to that, 100 24,000 employers benefited from the scheme, covering about 675,000 employees. In terms of understanding exactly why the take-up was low, there might be a number of different factors, but to what extent, looking back, do you think that it was, in one sense, the success of furlough and job retention that was resulting in the lower claim on this scheme?
I think that is almost certainly the explanation. Remember, this scheme was stood up for the budget before we got into the big interventions, and that's why ultimately it was superseded by furlough, which meant the demand for the scheme was I think much lower than originally anticipated. You know, that said, 125,000 businesses is still a lot, and 675,000 employees is a lot. So, you know, for those businesses, I'm sure it made a meaningful difference, and indeed I would meet people who told me that it did, but lower than we expected because furlough essentially superseded it. Okay. So I wouldn't view that as a necessary policy failure. Again, there's sensible tool to have in the toolkit for the future, and one would just need to think about that interaction with furlough, but no harm in it. Maybe if I actually, just reminds me of something yesterday that you asked me, I think on Kickstart, where I think you said, Mr. Wright, well, it was less than you thought. Did you not then think about expanding it?
Yeah.
And I just, a reflection last night, and it's the same thing here. If you're Chancellor and you're setting up a lot of things like this, peacetime and maritime, you have a sense, you have an estimate for what these things are going to cost, but you do know that you're going to be wrong almost 100% of the time on all of them. You know, but you want to be about approximately right. But some are going to come in higher, some are going to come in lower. And so if you get into this habit of thinking, well, whenever something has come in a bit lower than we thought, oh, we might as well just spend that money or broaden the scheme, then what you're locking in is that your overall central estimate is likely to end up being too low, because you are essentially spending all the underspends, if you see what I mean, and but then there's definitely going to be things that end up costing you more than you thought. So I just think from a kind of macro fiscal planning perspective, it's not a good habit to get in whenever you see something that comes in a little bit under budget to think, oh, well, that's free money, I can spend it, because you are going to have things that equally come in overestimate, and you want in aggregate those things to largely net off, so you end up at, you know, if you thought in aggregate it was going to cost you X across a few different things, you roughly want to end up there. You're less likely to do that if you, every time something comes in below, you spend it. So it was just a thought that occurred.
Well, but very valid point, and presumably that's why in ordinary times departmental spending doesn't just roll over, in the sense that if it's not spent, it's not viewed as we've got this budget, so we may as well spend it.
Yeah, that's not a good way to. Yeah, so as I said, it applies in peacetime as well as in times like this. That is an important function of the Treasury on behalf of the nation's taxpayers to manage the country's finances and public spending carefully, which is why it shouldn't be an automatic ever sense that, oh, just because something is being underspent relative to what we thought, it can be spent or broadened, and we could do something else with it. That should be a discrete and separate decision.
And presumably, when you're talking about the projected cost of measures to support the economy, if all of your measures are coming in under budget, that might be an indication that the economy is performing better, yes. And therefore it's a good thing.
That's a good thing, yes.
In terms of this scheme, it was scheduled to close and did close in the September, which coincided with, really, if we look at all schemes, the original plan, if you like, that things were winding down in the autumn. So, and presumably, because there hadn't been a massive call on the scheme, that did it more confidence that you could wind this one down at that time, because it wasn't in massive demand?
Yeah, I don't remember there being a great controversy about that or debate. And remember, the other substantive thing that had changed is we had vaccines. So those self-isolation requirements, by the time you got to summer 2021, were completely different to spring of 2020 when it was, I think, 14-day whole household isolation, I think, in those early weeks. Clearly very different, and I can't remember exactly where we ended up, but progressively getting reduced and reduced and reduced to the point where I think if you were vaccinated, there were no self-isolation requirements, or it was considerably reduced. So remember that substantive call on people being off work because they had to isolate because someone in their household had COVID had essentially gone by then. So
just one other sort of practical question looking forwards. We understand that a legislative power had to be taken or inserted into the Coronavirus Act to enable this scheme to be stood up. It needed primary legislation. And just an observation, it was part of the toolkit you had because the power was taken. And going forwards, if you were Chancellor again, facing a similar emergency, presumably you'd want to have this at least in the armoury, even if you decided not to deploy it. So do you think there ought to be some provision, permanent statutory provision, that would allow this just to be stood up without needing legislation in time of emergency?
I think that I'd have to refresh myself on the details. So in general, that sounds like a sensible suggestion. The only reason I pause is because I can't quite remember the legislative fixes that were required. They were, I think, broader than just this scheme from memory. I think they might have been also to do with it being paid from day one rather than day 4 and applying to self-isolation, not just yourself being sick.
Yes, there are adjustments to the underlying
the underlying
scheme.
SSP scheme, which, if you remember, this is a cost that, absent this rebate scheme, that is a cost that is borne by businesses, and therefore has an impact on their costs and the likelihood of them employing people. And I think one would just need to think about that. The rebate scheme changes that slightly, but in isolation, SSP is changing it to day 1 versus day 4, or saying it applies more broadly. Ultimately, those are small businesses largely that have to bear that cost. And as we're seeing, when you layer on cost to employing people in all its different guises onto businesses, they often respond by employing fewer people, which is obviously not a great thing for the economy. So one would just want to think through all those implications, but clearly in a period like this, particularly when you're combining it with a rebate scheme, having the legislative tools to allow you to do that quickly is a sensible thing.
Thank you. Can we move on to loans then?
Yes.
And just to give some high-level figures, in terms of the collective loan schemes of bounce back, C-bills and CL bills, credit was unlocked at a scale of £78 billion in guaranteed loan facilities that benefited over a quarter of all SMEs. Estimates that between 500,000 and 2.9 million jobs could have been lost without them. C-bills launched within 12 days of announcement, and in terms of bounce back, 270,000 facilities approved in the first week, compared to 36,000 in total that had been approved up until that point for C-bills and CL bills combined. So we get a sense there of the scale of both application and approval. That's £8.4 billion of lending, which at that point was 1.5 billion more than C-bills and CL bills in total to that point. So I just set that out as a bit of context. And Mr. Sunak, I'm not overlooking the CCFF, which sat above all of that, which was the facility that the Treasury and the Bank of England put in place for the most or the largest companies. But we heard evidence from Sir Charles about that, and from the Governor, to the effect that it worked extremely well. 0 losses from that scheme. And so I'm sort of taking that as read. I don't want to stop you speaking to it, but just to put that out there in fairness to you. First thing I just want to pick up very briefly about loans, and I say briefly because the evidence we've heard suggests this may be more of a a theoretical issue than a practical difficulty is the point about division of responsibility for the loan schemes. And by that I mean in the sense that you were making the overall policy decisions quite properly as Chancellor through the Treasury. The bank, the British Business Bank, was doing operational delivery, but BEIS was sort of sitting alongside the Treasury because it supervised the bank, and so accounting officer responsibilities sat with BEIS, though Treasury's shaping policy. And I think it's fair to summarise the evidence we've heard that, yes, that in terms of parliamentary scrutiny and accountability, you could say that there is some blurred lines there, but in practice, nobody has said that they thought it was a problem. Where do you sit on that in terms of accountability?
I'll just come to that, and I think your summary of it that you just said, Mr. Wright, is spot on. Just 30 seconds on taking a step back on the scale of what these set of interventions were, and I won't belabour it because you highlighted it, but again, a quarter of all small businesses, over 1.3 million businesses in total that went through these various schemes, of which there were, as you said, 4 different ones: CCF, CL bills, C bills, and bounce back loans, and all of that happening in an incredibly compressed time frame, and we'll come on to that in bounce back loans. So this was incredibly intense. There was an enormous amount of need. We had to iterate as we went, as we'll get into. But the scale of what this intervention constituted was hugely significant, and I think it's worth just acknowledging that. And lots of people worked very hard to make this possible. And this kind of brings me on to your question. This is another, I think, good example of cooperative working within government departments between Treasury, BEIS and the British Business Bank, which I'll come on to, but also, and this has been a theme throughout all of these things, Treasury especially going outside to talk to the relevant stakeholders, in particular UK finance, the banks, challenger banks, and obviously the business groups as well, and the FCA and the Bank of England, getting all of that collective expertise, feedback and engagement into the design of these schemes. And again, it just illustrates this as a genuinely open and constructive attitude, and it's a good example of that happening. I think in terms of you said, slightly blurred in theory, in practice it worked very well, I think and I would agree with that. I think you've heard from the Secretary of State for BEIS his evidence that said he felt he had a good opportunity to influence policy. From at the British Business Bank as well, didn't think there was any confusion from their perspective. And I think that interesting from them, the CEO said having clarity in decision making through HMT, I think, was actually helpful. And also he said when we provided our advice, we felt it was taken seriously and considered. And I think that is indicative of the generally good relationship between these 3 organisations in developing this policy. I'm not obviously the expert on exactly the various civil service accounting officer requirements. I've noticed Charles Roxburgh gave some evidence that perhaps in future someone in his position could have provided the initial set of accounting officer sign-offs. That seems not unreasonable to me, but from a practical perspective from my end, and I think generally it worked well.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just pick up with you one thought that Lord Sharma had, which really flows on from what you've just said. I mean, he said in terms of a personal working relationship, you and he had and have a good personal relationship and had a good working relationship. I think he said you were on each other's Christmas cards lists, or he thought you were. Yeah. Don't know if you think he's on yours, but anyway.
He's definitely on mine.
Well, that's good to hear. But he did suggest, and it's the point I picked up with you yesterday. I mean, there is a sense in which personalities might be different in a future emergency. He suggested there could be a very light touch memorandum of understanding for a future emergency. So just how, a bit of corporate memory really, how those good working relationships to which you've spoken about could be baked into a future response, that people remember, oh, this is how we did it, and this is how the responsibility sits. What do you think about that as a suggestion?
I'm not completely averse to it, and I think hopefully because the tools have now been developed, it will be quite smooth if ever it's needed again. But I think those three institutions do work well together on this particular topic, precisely because the setup is one where the Treasury has overall kind of overarching oversight of economic policy, but particularly financial services. BEIS is the responsible department for the British Business Bank, and the British Business Bank are delivering the financial interventions. So I think even in peacetime, the Treasury will be working together with those two institutions on ordinary policy developments about access to finance in general. So I think here the benefit is that those relationships probably exist. Could they be formalised with an MOU? Probably not, and it's not going to be a huge problem if that happened. Is there a huge need for it? I don't know, because as I said, I think here in peacetime they are working together anyway. So it's not as if at a future crisis you would be starting from scratch. No, because they probably would have all just been through a budget where they worked on some access to finance scheme altogether, and so they'll know who each other are and they'll work with each other. But again, for the same reason, it probably would not be a hugely burdensome thing to put that down on a piece of paper if it was felt that would make a difference.
Right. Can I just pick up another thought that Lord Sharma shared, just to get your perspective, because as you say, you work closely alongside his department. And that was the idea that there should be some sort of standing panel that can be convened that can keep all of these schemes. Now they are worked up, so we know that things will be much smoother next time. The infrastructure's there. So this standing panel could comprise former civil servants, former ministers, so people who lived through it, so to preserve that corporate memory, and could from time to time stress test, where are we with this? Has the IT moved on? Is it still deliverable in this way? How does that sit with you?
Yes, I don't know whether it needs to be a panel, but I think what we ended up as a legacy of all these schemes is in any case now, I think, a permanent or semi-permanent government guarantee for lending. Now, there was one that we'll get into. There was one, the EFG, that existed before the crisis, on which we built many of these interventions. And because of these iterations, I think by the time I finished in the job, it was called the Recovery Loan Scheme. So, that exists. And this goes to what I was saying. The British Business Bank in general, even in peacetime, one of the main jobs of that organisation is to help access to finance for different types of businesses in the economy, and constantly they'll be working with the Treasury and BEIS on that. So I don't think it's a bad idea to make sure that we are looking at whether these things are still able to be deployed quickly. I think because we have a version of them in existence semi-permanently now, that in any case is happening. The one thing I would say is, give some thought to making sure all the people who want to be able to offer these schemes in an emergency are going through some kind of process where they're accredited, because at the beginning of the scheme we benefited from a group that were already accredited, and then we took some time to accredit new people to the schemes. It's not an unreasonable thing to say, look, if you want to be part of this in the future, I don't know how often the right time frame is, up to the business if they want to go through that accreditation process, so that when the crisis comes, actually quickly we've got a bunch of people who are ready to go. And that, yes, that's a little bit of a burden in peacetime, but it means when the crisis comes, you'll have many more people who can offer the product straight away because they've already been accredited and onboarded to offer it. And that's I think a choice, and not a crazy thing to think about.
No, because we've heard evidence that was one of the issues that delayed getting the money out, certainly under CBILS, I think it was about 40 lenders to begin with.
Yes.
It worked up to over 100.
100,
Yeah.
Yeah, and look, we'll get into it. I'm not sure that was the biggest issue in getting the money out. I think it was a lot more of the other things that we'll talk about. But exactly as you said, we started with 40, ended up with 100. Was that positive? And you just at least want to make sure that there are a core of important lenders who can cover the bulk of the economy, who do not need onboarding in a future crisis, that should already have been onboarded. And I think I'd want to make sure that you had a bulk that you could click your fingers in and go live fast with.
Okay, I want to move on now, really getting into the schemes. But before I do that, just a few more, a bit more context, because I want to really pick up this point about the risk that was taken, however, needs to be viewed against the impact of the schemes. And just to give some statistics in terms of C-bills, for example, 45, this is December 2024, 45.43% fully repaid, 43.57% on schedule to be fully repaid, 1.25% in arrears, 0.88% in default, and 8.34 settled by guarantee. Then if you look at bounce back, again, same time period, 31st December 24, 14.64% fully repaid, 55% on schedule to be fully repaid, 4.67 in arrears, 0.8 defaulted, and 23.65 settled via government guarantee. That's, if you like, the picture of the risk side. On the impact side, the British Business Bank evaluated that in the absence of the schemes, between 10 and 34% of bounce-back borrowers, so that's between 146,000 and 505,000 businesses, could have permanently ceased trading in 2020. And between 7 and 28% of CL or C-bills businesses, so between 5 and 21,000, could have ceased trading in 2020, with a potential loss of jobs of up to 2.9 million if you take the highest estimates. And Sir Charles Roxburgh spoke about judging schemes by their impact. And does those two sets of figures, on the one hand, the sort of risks of not getting repayment and the government having to step in and pay the guarantee, balance against the risks of inaction if you don't take action?
Yes, unequivocally. And you have to go back to these couple of weeks, and I used the word that I think Adam Marshall from the BCC used to describe this situation, and I applied it more broadly, but this is where he said it felt existential. And I thought that was either him or the British Business Bank or one of them. And we were facing a situation where businesses, I think, that actually came from the British Chambers of Commerce, I think something like half of all small and medium-sized businesses had less than a month's cash in the bank. Right? So you were facing widespread business Armageddon, and that's why there was an imperative to act at scale and at pace to prevent what would have been, I think, catastrophic loss of businesses and jobs. And the independent evaluation has suggested up to 3 million jobs and 500,000 businesses that were saved as a result of these interventions. And it goes back to that point at the beginning about the scale of what was happening and the speed that it was happening at. It's all very well doing furlough, and we've had all these conversations about scarring and keeping people in jobs, but if the businesses that employ them fundamentally just go bankrupt because they do not have the cash to get through the next few weeks, then that would have all been for naught. And the economy would have suffered enormously in the long run as a result. So there was an imperative to get this right and to get it out and get the money to the businesses as soon as humanly possible. And you just did not have the luxury of quite frankly, didn't have the luxury of weeks, let alone months. So a business out of cash and it goes bankrupt, that's that. That's what we were trying to avert with these various schemes. And again, if we go through them, they're all designed slightly differently. Where they could be more targeted, where there could be more protections, of course there were, where you could take more time to do more checks without having a catastrophic impact. We did that, and then obviously we'll come to bounce back loans as one where we had to make a different set of judgments.
Yeah. Now, and in terms of C-bills rather, you use the EFG, so an existing framework, and effectively built onto that architecture. And in terms of whether there are alternatives, from your perspective, was that really the only show in town in terms of something that could be stood up quickly?
Yeah, and thankfully we had it. So to your point earlier, it existed. 40 lenders had been accredited on it. They were they were familiar with it. Obviously, it had not been used at this scale and at this speed, and needed a lot of tweaking as we went. But at least we had something on the shelf that we could use as the basis for the loan scheme.
And Sir Charles reflected that, in hindsight, he wished that there'd been more rigorous testing of the EFG beforehand. But looking forwards, would you say the experience of the pandemic that has been?
I think that has, yes, and not just on C-bills, but across the suite. Now we have created the tools, iterated them, and then we'll get into the bits that we refined over time. So if this happens again, the starting point will obviously be that much better. But there weren't any other alternatives at the time that we had to put these in place. No.
And so the limitations, from your perspective, were well known at the outset, presumably, that first of all there'd have to be a lot of scaling up, and that was going to be challenging. Secondly, that the panel of lenders, accredited lenders, would have to be expanded to cope with volume. Operational issues in terms of the bank's ability to do that scaling up at pace. I mean, these are all things that were known, but again, this was the only way of delivering the scheme. Is that the position?
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah. And from your perspective as well, you were very clear, we know from documents we've seen, that in that scheme, the bank should retain, as you put it in your statement, some skin in the game.
Yeah.
And can you just explain why it was important that the commercial lenders who are coming through this platform retain skin in the game?
Yeah. Well, that's in a sense almost the best way, but one of the most effective ways to help protect the taxpayer against making or providing taxpayer-funded credit available to businesses that probably unlikely to be able to pay it back because they themselves are not viable regardless of the pandemic. And obviously, there's no capacity or in government to go and do all these individual credit applications. But where you are sharing that risk with the lender, they have skin in the game. That that they are going to do a decent job of doing the diligence on the business because, as I said, their own capital is partially at risk, not fully, and so obviously it's going to be slightly different, but again, they have capital at risk. They're going to go through that diligence process, and that is helpful in ensuring that we are putting taxpayer support in a way that we hope will be effective and for the most part paid back, as the experience on those larger schemes shows.
Yeah. And the first iteration of the scheme came in your budget of the 11th of March, and then it was enlarged on the 17th, and you made a statement about that to the public. And this was part of, you described as really giving this reassurance that we're going to stand behind business.
Yes.
But even at that stage, on the 11th of March certainly, and even by the 17th, there was still presumably some optimism that things wouldn't be as bad as they became, and therefore some sense in which you hoped that the demands would not be as great as they became on C-bills. Is that?
Yes, I think we look at that moment as we knew what we knew. We were doing everything we could at pace. The point I was trying to get across in that particular press conference was the fact that we were willing to provide a very generous quantum of guaranteed finance. And that in and of itself, and similar things, announcements had been made in France and one other country. I think that was just an important statement of to give a kind of, we stand behind businesses at this difficult time, and we will make available a large amount of funding guarantees, because at that moment when people's expectation was, not just here but in other countries in Europe, that this was a relatively time-limited shock, giving businesses that extra liquidity, i.e. through loans, taxpayer-supported loans, to get through that tricky period would have been a kind of sensible and may well have been the main intervention that you would have pursued. As it turned out, we needed to do much more than that. But that's why there was an emphasis on that at that moment. But the statement from the government saying we are willing to do this at scale and at a scale that we haven't done before did help to provide that little jolt of confidence at that moment.
Yeah, and as the health position deteriorated and therefore the economic conditions tightened, we know that demands on the scheme grew and grew. And we saw some of Sir Charles Roxburgh's diary entries, and I don't raise them for tabloid curiosity, but really so you can explain to us your position at the time. These were essentially entries in which he described you as being on the warpath over CBILS and wanting performance stats on the banks and their lending. So do you accept that you became frustrated with the pace at which the banks were getting the money out to business?
We all were. Of course we were. Because we knew this was important. We'd announced the scheme, and it was just taking far too long, and there was a huge amount of completely fair public focus on this, parliamentary focus on this, media focus on this, and we knew that it was not happening as quickly as we wanted it to, and we knew how important it was that it did improve, and that's why over the period of those first couple of weeks in April, we did the iteration on the policy, which I'm happy to get into whenever you think it's appropriate, because there were a series then of specific changes that we made, which then considerably improved the situation.
And just to understand this pressure, I mean, that there was, first of all, the number of lenders who were accredited, so that's having to be expanded, and that takes time. But on the other side of this, the banks, the Consumer Credit Act applies, so the banks have got to do certain checks, and the banks then have to process the applications. So can you just explain where you saw the pressures?
Yeah, today? I think because you mentioned three things there, actually, I think two of them probably don't apply. Well, we were not the main issue with CBILS, which at this point was the only scheme, which will come on to bounce back loans, I assume, separately.
Yeah.
So the lender's point, I can't recall the exact figures, but I don't think was the limiting factor at this stage. As you said, we had 40 already accredited. Good over time to grow it to 100, of course, but that wasn't probably the main reason at the beginning that things were slow. It was much more about the various conditions, which I'll come on to. And on the Consumer Credit Act, that really applied to the very small loans, the sub £25,000 loans, and that is therefore part of the reason we ended up doing bounce back loans. So I'll put that over there. But for the core of what was CBILS, the issue, the issue was there were a range of bit of grit in the system. Again, sensible in peacetime, not appropriate for the situation that we were in or being interpreted in an overly strict way. So the main ones were, it was important. There were lots of people who were accessing credit for the first time. Right? I mean, both in bounce back loans, but also here. So just to remember that. And one of the things that we wanted to do was remove personal guarantees, so the banks could not ask for personal guarantees on people's homes, and and there was that only partially was implemented. it needed to also be extended to small partnerships and sole traders, and it was not just their home, it was their car. Like that is people, when they think that understandably their home is at risk, that really inhibits them from taking the borrowing. So we had to insist that there were no personal guarantees, and then make sure that was widely and properly implemented.
Can I just jump in there?
Yes.
Because I think it's relevant, and Sir Charles conceded really that you had been clear yourself from a very early stage there shouldn't be personal guarantees, but that some officials had interpreted that as meaning something slightly different in terms of it should only apply to.
I saw Charles's point on that, and I think to be honest, it's kind of by the by, right? The team that were working on this were exceptional. And I mean, they were absolutely exceptional, and all the teams at the banks and everywhere else were exceptional. I mean, they really did heroic work during this period. So, if there was some confusion amongst us, I'm happy to take the responsibility for that. I wouldn't want to cast any aspersions on anyone, but this was an issue that needed fixing, so we just got on and fixed it. Then there was an issue around the portfolio cap in the old EFG. We're getting slightly into the weeds here, but yes, the government provided a guarantee that was quite generous on a loan by loan basis, but actually if you aggregated it across the portfolio of loans that the company or the bank was making, there was a kind of effectively a much lower cap. So it was far less generous in aggregate than it was for an individual loan. And that was a huge inhibitor, given the scale of the lending that we were talking about, to the banks really wanting to do a lot of this. So we ended up having to remove that portfolio cap, which made a big difference. There was a regulatory concern. Again, we're getting into the way that banks are regulated, and they were wondering how the PRA would treat the capital that they were putting up against these loans, and they wanted to be assured that they would get some capital relief, and so we had to just work with the PRA to get them that reassurance. The lenders themselves, because this was so novel, generally were a bit nervous about whether I think we would actually stand behind the guarantee.
I thought you might not mean it.
Yeah, that we might not be good for the guarantee, and that we'd all kind of come and blame them afterwards. And so which not an unreasonable concern, given that again people often do want to do that with banks. So I had to make sure that I could give them that reassurance because they really were doing something very necessary for the country at this moment. And then perhaps I've left it till last, but probably the most kind of practical problem in the application process was this issue of a forward-looking viability test. And again, in peacetime, sensible. You wanted to only really provide taxpayer subsidised credit to businesses which were, on a reasonable look, were viable on a long-term basis, and the problem was that condition in this context was very difficult for the banks, because we were just about to enter this period of total uncertainty where no one knew how long this was going to last, how serious it was. They're worried about saying, well, how can we make that assessment, quite frankly? You tell me how long this restaurant's going to be closed for, or all the rest of it. And therefore, it led them to be quite cautious, because then they would rightly say, well, we'll do the lending. You'll come back to us down the line and say, well, clearly that business was not going to be viable. We're not good for our guarantee. So that had to be changed. And it ended up being, I think, I can't remember where we ended up, but either it was watered down deliberately to be backwards looking, and was the business viable pre-pandemic, which is going to give kind of sensible compromise. So you needed to have been a broadly viable business before all of this happened, and we'll just given what's going on, that's as much as we can assess. So those changes were all made in April, and I've met intensively with the banks during that period and other stakeholders to figure out what would be required to get the outcome we wanted on pace, and that set of changes really worked. And you saw from that moment on a huge acceleration in lending. And as people got onboarded to the system, that helped. nothing you could have done about that, quite frankly. Anyway, that just did take time and would have. And then we'll get on to bounce back loans separately. But those are the changes that were necessary to get this scheme working in the way that it needed to, and I wanted it to.
So, and in terms of looking to the future, then this is the stress testing of the scheme having happened during this pandemic.
It's happened,
and therefore going forwards, these are where your pinch points are.
Yeah.
These are the things you need to do. But this is relevant, isn't it? All relevant background to bounce back loans.
Yes.
Because this pressure on liquidity and getting money out is building in particular at this time for very small businesses. Is that right?
Yes. So if we can, so that was the story on C-bills, and then there was a not minor, but addendum to that on CL bills and CCF. That happened. Yeah. That was fine. My one reflection there, which might be helpful, is on CL bills, which was for the much larger loans. We did, when we increased the loan size, we put in a condition on saying to businesses, well, whilst you're in receipt of this taxpayer-funded support, what you can't do is make distributions to equity holders. So you can't pay dividends, you can't do share buybacks. And I think, arguably, could we have done that from the beginning on the CL bills program? I don't think it makes sense for the C bills program for various reasons, but for this larger scheme, could we have done that from the beginning, a bit like on furlough when we said you could do the disclosure from the beginning? I think that's probably one thing you could have done from the beginning. I don't think it made a huge difference in reality, but probably if I was doing it again, I would do that from the beginning. And then look, we should get on to bounce back loans then. So we've kind of largely fixed C-bills, and after this quite stressful couple of weeks and intense amount of work, and then so that is now working. The next problem was for the smallest businesses. There still was an issue, and there was an issue for a number of reasons. And these are businesses that needed £10,000-20,000 type loans. These businesses, lots of them had never ever needed to borrow money from a bank before. And it's just not what they did. So total unfamiliarity with all these processes. The banks did not know how to interact with them in the same way. And the other issue was, we talked where lots of businesses didn't have cash to survive a month. These were the ones that really barely had cash to survive weeks. So this was where the problem was most acute.
And sorry, if we just put that together, then, yeah. You've got people who aren't used to engaging with commercial banks and don't know the process, who are facing
the most acute crisis. Yes.
And so those two things are going to come together.
They're coming to it. Well, they are meeting. And then you raise this issue, which I think is a really important one, about the CCA, the Consumer Credit Act, and the FCA, our regulator. Our setup makes it quite difficult for big banks to lend to these very small businesses, and that's why they had very little familiarity with it. Why? Because the Consumer Credit Act does what it says on the tin. It's there to protect consumers, but we essentially treat a lot of this very small business micro lending, £10,000-20,000, as if it is consumer lending and subject to the same rules, and that's why the banks don't do it. And similarly, the FCA, is quite tough on banks not extending credit to people who they shouldn't really extend credit to. And there's a macro debate that one could reasonably have about how much our regulatory system should be a little bit more caveat emptor versus trying to protect people from themselves. But the practical reality of it at this moment was that the banks were saying, look, we have all these regulations on us, or laws, which mean we should not be extending credit to people who shouldn't have it and then end up in trouble. So we can't do this, and we won't do this.
So even if we wanted to help, we can't.
Because we're going to end up being hauled in front of the regulator or being held liable under the Consumer Credit Act, the way our legal system is set up, and that was completely reasonable from their perspective. We have a set of laws, and we can't then say, you should just ignore them and it will all be fine. So that required some So that's the setup essentially for where we are.
But you as government can disapply them,
and that's what we did. And that's what we did. So I spoke to the shadow chancellor at the time specifically, and I think we ended up having to pass a secondary piece of legislation. So we needed to essentially say, I can't remember the exact legal side of it, but we needed to, and I make sure the opposition were happy with that at the time, because there was no way to do something like bounce back loans or open up credit to this sector without effectively saying, look, these peacetime rules on lending to small businesses, we need to interpret them slightly differently.
Yeah. And one of the key factors, or key features rather I should say, of the bounce back loan was that unlike C-bills and CL bills where the government guaranteed 80%, this was 100% government backed. So just looking at that, that meant the government was standing behind the loan. That presumably was designed to free up the money, to take the skin out of the game for the banks so that they could get the cash out quickly. But you knew and you were advised that that came with a risk of fraud, risk of default. But I'd just be interested if you could explain how you balance that risk against the need to introduce this sort of scheme.
I think this is a really important point, so bear with me while I try and unpack this. Of course I was nervous about 100% guarantees. I talked about skin in the game previously. This to me was not something I kind of jumped up and down to do day one for all the obvious reasons. So I was persuaded over a period of time that it was the only thing that would work in order to get cash to these businesses and avert them all going bankrupt. Interestingly, Germany and Switzerland had done 100% guarantees, so that had just been announced. So people knew that it was possible, and other countries had taken this quite unusual step. Not every country, but those two had done so. So that was an interesting development.
Can I just pause there and ask you about that? We haven't really looked very much at international comparison, but as Chancellor, making these sort of decisions, when you see that other developed economies in Western nations are taking certain steps, does that give you? Did it give you more comfort?
I spent a huge amount of time doing that. It wasn't about comfort; it was about learning. Because we're all going through it together. I spoke to German finance minister, Swiss finance minister in detail about how they were doing their schemes. I did that throughout the pandemic, and so the cohort of finance ministers will live through this together. I'd say we're all still reasonably close friends because of that. So we're all constantly calling each other, talking to each other, trying to compare notes and learn from each other. So on this, that was instructive in just how they had done it. So we spoke to them, and I think the team spoke to them as well on some of the more practical detail. And then you had this very kind of strong public, not pressure, but you had lots of people who you would not typically think of being in the camp for doing something like this. So you had, I had three former Conservative chancellors all come out saying you should do 100% guarantees. Andrew was careful in what he said, the Bank of England governor, but was supportive of doing something like this, given the extreme situation that he was seeing from all their network of people around the country. And then, again, you had the then shadow business secretary, shadow chancellor, obviously, also all calling for it. So, this was the backdrop of it. It's not something you would want to leap to right away because it does come with cost and consequence. But, given the situation we faced, there was no other way at scale to deal with what I think rightly was described, as I said, as an existential issue. And without doing this, there would have been, as I said, I think, kind of absolutely devastating impact on businesses and jobs, millions of jobs, 500,000 businesses. So we had to go down this road. And then the question is, which we should get into properly, what can you do to reasonably mitigate the risks, particularly of fraud, which I'd like to have the opportunity to go over with you, and what would this look like next time around?
Okay, so let's look at risks that measures to mitigate the risk of fraud. We heard quite a bit about this from the British Business Bank. The bank stood up the CFAS system, which was looking at multiple applications, and that was stood up within about a month of the scheme going live. We heard about adding the change of director flag to that. But are there other measures that you had in mind at the outset?
I think that, look, a couple of things, and I'm conscious of time, lady, so maybe I don't know whether we run a bit longer or we'll pick it up again.
Don't worry.
That's fine. I think there's a few misconceptions that I think are important to get on the record. I keep saying as if there was no checks done whatsoever, or that we didn't know what we were getting ourselves into. I mean, both of those narratives are completely wrong, right? Of course we knew the risk that we were taking on. The Secretary of State and Bays has spoken about it. I'd spoken about it. We even had PwC consulted and engaged on that particular topic of fraud. Now, I think reasonably one might say, why did you use PwC and not the Public Sector Fraud Authority? And maybe in the future that would be fine.
Well, that didn't exist at the time. So
yeah. Oh, okay. Fine. That's very good. Well, answer on that. But the idea that we weren't aware of this or didn't spend time thinking about it is completely and utterly wrong. Of course we were. And we thought about it long and hard and had the estimates for it, so much so that we got an external person in to come and think through it at the same time as we're doing all the design. So we were eyes wide open about it and made the judgment that the risks were outweighed by the need. So that was the first point I was going to say. And the second thing is people have kind of said, oh, you had to issue a ministerial direction for bounce back loans. We had to issue ministerial directions for almost every single economic intervention during the pandemic, including all the other loan schemes too. So I think people somehow put a lot of emphasis on that, which I think is slightly misplaced, given that was what we were doing across the board. And then in terms of the actual checks, the banks, it's not that they had to do nothing. They had to do the standard anti-money laundering and KYC checks.
Know your customer.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, yes, know your customer. Right. So there's a kind of very standard set of that they're not the full bells and whistles that you would do on C-bills where you had weeks and weeks of time, but it was not as if nothing was done. And the various checks that were put in place, even at the beginning, ended up having a decent benefit. So that's what we could do at the beginning. And then there is this just, I think, genuine kind of hindsight view of this. Now, over time, we built in more protections. And so if this happens in the future, those protections will be there. But at the moment we launched this, it was not as if we kind of sat there and just forgot to do some things that 2, 4 weeks, 6 weeks later, we kind of scratched our head and said, well, we wish we'd done that. That was just not the case. It was a straightforward choice. We can launch this thing now and get going with it so the money gets to businesses, or we can wait. And I think that is the kind of the misunderstanding of this. So waiting is, sure, you could have lowered the ultimate fraud levels by waiting and building some of these checks. But you have to then be confident that you were going to accept the loss of business that would result from that. And I think the most striking fact on the speed here is 40% of all the bounce back loan lending was done in the first 4 weeks. Just think about that. 40% of this entire 1 million scheme was done in a matter of weeks. 60% of it was done in two months, 8 weeks. Right. So you did. This is my point: is waiting 4 or 5 weeks to build some of these things was probably the difference between half of these people literally being there or not being there, arguably. And now that was just simply not a decision that I thought was the right one to take. And so if you want to look back at this and say, oh, there was unacceptable level of fraud, then at the time, everyone knew what 100% guarantee meant. Everyone was clamoring for get the money out as quickly as humanly possible. And then kind of X years later to be like, well, you should have just taken your time and put in all these fraud checks. And so what if that took 4-6 weeks to put in place? I think completely is kind of looking at the situation with a misunderstanding of what it was like at the time.
Well, and you told us earlier you were receiving information about how significant the cash reserves of these small businesses were. In other words, they were minimal. They didn't have spare cash. They didn't have significant reserves. So if we just take the CFAS checks, for example, that took about 5 weeks to stand up. The point you're making, I think, is that, yes, you could have waited 5 weeks, stood up that spreadsheet and then launched it, but in those 5 weeks, half of the businesses might have folded.
Yeah, and look, that is a choice that someone could make, but at the time, it's all very well now, at the time, and I would make the same choice again. In the same situation, I would do the same thing again. But at the time, I could tell you, certainly nobody was waving their hand saying, no, slow it down, more checks, more form filling, right? Because having lived through that period, all these people now, there's not a single person that I can remember really making that point at the time. And even if they had, quite frankly, it would have been the wrong thing to have done, and I would have done exactly the same thing again in that situation.
Yeah, in fairness to the point you're making, the evidence we've heard about checks essentially has been that the Treasury was in favour of any checks being introduced to reduce fraud, as long as they didn't delay the implementation of the scheme or the money going out within 24 hours, because that would have self-defeated the very purpose
the whole point of the scheme. And I really think, of course, nobody, not least the people in charge of trying to protect taxpayers' money and not have to go and, as I have to go and raise taxes after the fact to pay for all the various public services support and everything else, want to see money lost to fraud. But of course they don't, right? So the idea that there's some kind of complacency around this is also completely ridiculous. But at this moment in time, the priority was to save these businesses, get them the cash. This was the only and best way to do it. And you had to accept that came with some downsides and consequences. And as I said, at the time, there was very broad public support for that approach amongst the entire business community, in Parliament, in the media in general. It's only after the fact that, well, you've had all this thing, we've saved these businesses, and now we're like, well, actually, there's this issue. So I think I'm just very careful on this to think about the situation at that moment, because I don't believe that there were any other choices that could have been made. And actually, what this represented was an incredible success story in standing this thing up, working with the banks, and then getting these loans out. I mean, that volume in a matter of weeks really is absolute lifeline, and lots of focus on furlough and other things. But this particular intervention made a huge difference, a huge difference.
Thank you. I wonder if we could take the break there, my lady, and Mr. Sunak, then after the break, it'll give you the opportunity, because you've covered a lot of lessons learned already in that evidence, but any further reflections about the future for those loans we'll pick up after the break, if that's convenient.
I shall return at 25 to.
All right.
Mr. Wright.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Sunak, going back then to bounce back loans, you would never go to 100% government-backed loan scheme as a first choice intervention as a Chancellor of the Exchequer, I'm sure. But looking forwards, do you think it remains important to have that in the armoury of tools you can deploy if needs demand it?
Yes, I absolutely think that, because hopefully no one is in that situation again. But if they are, I think it is a tool that, as we saw in this pandemic, was enormously helpful and necessary. And in terms of looking forward, there a couple of things have now been developed, which will obviously be helpful. You talked about CFAS and that database on duplicate checks. Also, we talked about making tax digital. A couple of other legislative changes have been made. I haven't got the names of the precise acts, but Companies House, the integrity of the Companies House director data as a result of new legislation that we passed in government will be that much better next time around. So that will help considerably on the fraud side. And then also, I've got it scribbled down here, which I can't remember what it stands for, but ECCTA, again, similar to making tax digital, will have more regular reporting of turnover from a particular group of companies. And again, that will be helpful, because obviously with bounce back loans, there was a turnover threshold, a maximum loan size based on turnover or a maximum cap. Having more digital information there would enable that to be kind of a higher integrity check. And then more generally, what you did see was, certain lenders, for whatever reason, had a particular issue or exposure to one type of fraud versus another. So now all of that learning has happened amongst them, and a dashboard was developed that compared all of them. I think those individual lenders, now obviously have all got improved internal systems that they developed over the course of this that would help. So I remember one of them kind of had a way to had a way to check where they could see if the money went into the account and then was it transferred out very quickly somewhere else, for example. So things like that. There are lots of these things that were developed. So as part of what we're saying about some kind of slightly more regular assurance on people who are accredited to do loan schemes, just to check that all the things that we know with the targets for fraud from criminal gangs are ones which the banks have got the best possible systems to examine. So look, for all of these reasons, I think that trade-off between speed and fraud next time around will be less acute than it was for me. So if anyone is in this situation again, thankfully, they will, even if they want to move at the same speed I did, they will benefit from the fact that fraud would be lower because of all these things that have subsequently been developed. But all I'd say in closing is we shouldn't ever think that there is not going to be that trade-off. There is, and commentary or focus on this point that doesn't acknowledge that trade-off is not actually particularly helpful for the future. That trade-off will always be there. I think probably as a result of now the changes and iterations, that trade-off has probably been minimised to the most optimal point it can be, but it will still nonetheless exist, and that's a judgment for someone to make at the time. And maybe the last thing I'd say, Mr. Wright, is just you've heard evidence from the Bay's Permanent Secretary and the British Business Bank that about 4% of the loan outlays have at this point now been flagged or estimated as fraud. Now, let me just say this again: like, every penny lost to fraud, every pound lost to fraud is obviously wrong. It's not something that anyone wants to see, and you want that number to be as low as possible. And that's obviously my view. That's the view of everyone at the Treasury. But I think it's worth thinking about that 4%. Now, obviously, the numbers in billions of pounds are large because the quantum of what we're doing is very large. But that 4%, it's worth just comparing it to what are the fraud levels in other government programs, not actually that existed during the pandemic. This was probably on the fraud side, one of the higher ones, but just in general. So, the working tax credit system, legacy system, tended to have fraud rates of about 5%. Universal credit in the annual accounts that were published, I think, a year or two ago, it was high single digits. Potential fraud estimated there, up around 8%. Housing benefit was, I think, when it was last looked at, was 4%. The R&D tax credit system, before I made some changes as chancellor to improve it, was 6%. So I think in the context of, again, none of that is acceptable. Everyone wants to see those numbers lower. But in the context of a scheme that was stood up in days, and then implemented over the course of weeks in a crisis, to end up with unnecessarily having a different approach to these checks, ending up with a kind of estimated fraud level of where it is at the moment at 4%, which is broadly in line with peacetime schemes elsewhere in government, I think should be seen as a sign that this is far better than I think it was expected at the time. Those numbers are much lower than all that original analysis I talked to you about with PwC and the advice. Everyone assumed it would be much worse than that. It's been better than that. And actually, in the context of what else happens in government in general, not saying that is acceptable either, but actually I think it should be seen in that context, and I think that is an important way to look at it. So, I said I think what the teams did to put this together was really exceptional work at that time.
Is the ECCTA the Economic Crime and Corporate Transparency Act?
Yeah,
I'm not surprised if you didn't remember it. It's a rather clumsy title for a statute, if I may say so.
Thank you. And I think that, sounds like you know this anyway, but I think that is probably the same act that deals with the Companies House changes that have been made as well. But thank you for elucidating me on that. And I think that I remember the FSB, in evidence to you, probably put it well. It's a good moment to close for me, at least. He said it's almost certain that without bounce back loans, the impact on small businesses would have been devastating, and this can't be underestimated. And I think that is absolutely right.
We also heard some evidence from Lord Sharma, I think, that if you think about Bays at the time, now DBT, but at the time, in general times, that was really a policy department rather than a delivery department. And so their internal anti-fraud capability, I think, consisted of 2 people at the time, whereas that was expanded to 10 and has grown. Yeah. And we also heard from Mr. Cheeseman, who heads the now established Public Sector Fraud Authority, about the really cross-government effort to tackle fraud across the public sector, which has grown post-pandemic and has been strengthened. So are those also things that we should be factoring in now? That those weren't things you could draw upon, but they are things that a future Chancellor would at least draw some comfort from in terms of the capacity to tackle fraud.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right, and that's why I have confidence that should anyone be in the situation in the future, that trade-off between speed and fraud would be less acute than it was for me. As I said, I think it still will exist, and these same conversations will have to happen, and someone will have to make that judgment. But because of all of those investments, new bodies, and mainly the learning from this experience, and then the development of capabilities as a result of it, mean that we were much better placed next time around. But again, that's great for the future. But at the right moment to judge it is at that moment that we had, what was the right thing to have done given the set of trade-offs that we faced.
I don't have any further questions about bounce-back loans. We've ended with bounce-back loans. I didn't ask you if you had any other more general reflections on loan schemes, so from CCFF down to bounce-back. I'm not assuming you do, but if there is anything else, it might be a convenient moment to pick that up now, or we can move on to grants.
I think we've covered it through our existing exchanges on some of the reflections on the other schemes and more generally, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. So can I then move on to the subject of grant schemes? So these are schemes that provided grants to business. Again, some high-level statistics, and I should say we're talking here because of the devolved administrations. We're talking here about schemes that were delivered in England through 314 English local authorities. That's the focus of these questions. 4.5 million grants paid to business with a total value of £23 billion, estimated to have benefited 1.4 million businesses and 70% of the first cohort of grants, because we've heard there were 3 cohorts paid by local authorities, provided to the businesses within 4 weeks of the funding landing with the local authorities. So I just set out that that bit of context. In terms of delivery, I mean, these were, again, Treasury is leading on policy, economic policy. Bayes is responsible for management of the schemes. You've also got the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government that are effectively the voice of local authorities. And in that context, maybe a little-known fact, Mr. Sunak, or a forgotten fact, that I think you were Minister for Local Government. It was as a junior ministerial position.
It was my first ministerial job, and I've very fond memories of my time doing it, and the relationships that I made during that time were actually very, very helpful during the pandemic.
Yeah, and just picking up on that, I mean, having done the job, not for very long, but long enough to build those relationships, you understood, did you, as Chancellor, that local government was a trusted partner in terms of delivery of public services and generally?
Yes, I having had that experience as local government minister, I got to see firsthand just the incredible dedication of our local councils up and down the country, but also their desire and willingness to do more for their local communities, based in large part on the correct belief that they understood their communities better than anyone sitting in Downing Street or Whitehall, and they're really motivated by public service and making sure that their communities could prosper. And so I had an enormously pleasurable and rewarding time in that job, and it informed my thinking during the pandemic, and I was in close dialogue with the people I knew from that world, and I thought it was an opportunity. It was hard, of course, because we were asking people to do lots of things very quickly that obviously was going to put strain on various different aspects of their organisations. But I had confidence that they would rise to the task and do it brilliantly, and they did. They really did, and they were doing it, house by house, street by street, neighbourhood by neighbourhood across the country in all manner of different ways. And I think instructive from my evidence, I tried to put a table in there in the local government section of all the different bits of funding that went to local government, and I think the thing goes for 3 pages. And what's striking about it is just the breadth, the breadth of all the things that, in one way or another, they were doing and delivering on the ground. And I know it wasn't easy, and so they deserve thanks and praise for rising to the challenge.
And one of the issues that's arisen in the evidence, when we've heard from the chair of the Local Government Association and from individuals in particular councils, is that a complaint that there wasn't sufficient consultation, that local government weren't brought into the process of designing grants, and that the complaint wasn't really, we should have been sat round the table with Lord Sharma and the Chancellor or anything like that. It was just, someone could have picked up the phone. We could have helped in terms of delivery. And I just want to, in fairness to you. So far as you were concerned, we understand that you were keen to engage local government. I think in your statement you refer to instructing Treasury officials to engage. And I'm just going to put up an example of this on the screen. This is an email thread from your Principal Private Secretary, INQ 000 609 459. This is from 17th of August 2020. We see there as the second bullet, which prefaced with "I've spoken to the Chancellor." Chancellor is content for you to engage a few trusted LAs as well as relevant OGDs, that's other government departments, is it? OGD?
Yes.
Although not sure about task force, this seems completely out their remit. Please use judgment on what we need to refine policy and sort through delivery. So, I mean, from your perspective, and I set this out in fairness to you, given the complaint was about them not being brought into the room, you seem to there be saying to your officials, look, go to trusted people in local government. Personally, could you see the benefit of, wherever possible, bringing them into these discussions?
Yes, of course I do, and I mean that email is hopefully evidence of that. But just more broadly, we're coming to the end of a day and a half. I think hopefully it's been a regular, repeated pattern throughout all these interventions that there has been a set of engagement with the relevant people on each of the big support schemes that we were doing. So that would again suggest that was something that we were keen to do and did do. And if for whatever reason people felt like that didn't happen here, I am candidly a little surprised by that and saddened by it. There's no deliberate desire for that to have happened. And the only slight pushback I might have, and I haven't seen it, I've seen a bit of it, but I haven't seen exactly all the comments from people, is my understanding was that was happening. So maybe there's something that's lost in translation a bit, and we can get into the detail. But even right at the beginning, my officials, and I've seen the emails, have got messages to me or advice to me where they have spoken to MHCLG officials who would have organised, and they refer to the fact that the MHCLG officials have spoken to LAs, and then they're passing the feedback through to me and to the Treasury. So my understanding was that was happening, and other evidence refers, as you'll see, to a kind of trusted LA group where this exists, and I existed in MHCLG, and I'd use it in other aspects of policy in the Treasury as well, where there are a group of trusted LAs that are kind of brought behind the wall, so to speak, to be able to talk to in confidence about things in advance. So those structures did generally exist, and my understanding was that those conversations were happening.
I just make it clear, I don't suggest for a moment there was a deliberate decision not to consult the LAs, and I'm quite sure that the hope and expectation was that they would be brought into these conversations where they could be. But I mean, you won't have followed the evidence of every witness, but Joanne Killian from the Local Government Association was talking about early cohorts of grants and said, I don't think we were searching for days and days of consultation. A few hours in a room actually could have, I think, assisted in making the schemes much more purposeful and targeted. There's evidence that the LGA and councils acted so quickly in responding to requests for information and advice in so many other circumstances. I think provision could have been made to seek our advice and practical input, and it wouldn't have prejudiced the principle of getting stuff out quickly. I mean, that's her perspective, and I don't want to get into her perspective and why she feels like that. People are entitled to feel differently about things, but I'm more interested in this, really, and trying to look forward and be positive about this. You acknowledge, having done the job, how important local authorities are, and they can be really important delivery partners for policy. and here they were essential to getting that support to business. That's fair. And as you said, they know their local areas, so they have an ability, don't they, to reach out to businesses locally that central government, Whitehall, might not have.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, remember, Whitehall was also talking to business group representatives who similarly represent those same businesses, and my sense would be what would typically happen, and I think would rightly happen, is that would happen via MHCLG. I think MHCLG as a department would have the relationships with all the relevant local government stakeholders. I mean, I was atypical in the Treasury and having those deep relationships, but I think the Treasury would rightly expect MHCLG to bring to them those views and reflect them to the Treasury as part of the MHCLG input into those policy formulations, which were, I think, no one disputes that they weren't happening, and there's evidence from MHCLG officials feeding in to those discussions. So my sense is it should broadly happen that way. That's reasonable, and even in this instance of that first loan scheme, and again, I don't know the individual concerned. I don't think so. I'm trying to put it in context, but I think the day after the cohort 1, which talked about grant schemes, were announced, and I think there had been engagement between MHCLG and Treasury officials in the formulation of that. The very next day, I think it was on March the 18th from memory, the trusted LA group met together with Whitehall officials, and not just local authorities, but actually SIPFA, which is the body that deals with all the local authority finance, and the software companies that provide all the billing software for business rates. So actually, that happened the very next day, because as we've discussed, you've kind of headline announcement, and then you also need to work on the very detailed guidance to make sure this thing will operationally work, and what bits of software need to do what, and what time frame can all that happen. So that happened the very next day, which I hope was indicative of a desire to do exactly that.
I suppose you've made a very valid point about MHCLG. I mean, the way I put it to one of their officials who gave evidence was that they are effectively the voice of local government within national government.
Yes.
So there is a sense, I suppose, there that it depends on how well that voice is heard by other departments, how loud MHCLG shouts, to make itself heard on behalf of local authorities. And I'm very much trying to look forward here. If local authorities feel that their voice is not cutting through sometimes, in a future emergency, and I know there's a reluctance to get into standing up structures for the sake of it, but how should it cut through? I mean, do you think the systems are already there, if they work properly, to enable that voice to be heard, or do you think there could be a more permanent emergency board that could be stood up to provide that advice at the front end?
I have a soft spot for local government, so I'm slightly nervous. I might say yes, that's fine, because I have a soft spot for local government. Without, probably 5 other groups that would then think that they are equally deserving of some structure. And in general, I'm not entirely sure more structures and formal structures are the right answer. I think it's pretty problematic in a government that's not functioning. Well, you've got Prime Minister, you've got Secretary of State for MHCLG, you've got a Chancellor, a Chief Secretary of Treasury who understand the importance of local government. I think in all cases, for that not to be heard. I think there's a difference between people feeling their voice is not heard and people just not doing what they want them to do. And we should distinguish between those things. Just because someone has not done something that you want doesn't mean that they didn't hear it or listen to it. They just disagreed or were not able to do it. It may well have been that there was some consultation, just not with the person in particular that feels that they weren't consulted. And that's what I'm, as I said on this question in general, I said I'm genuinely a bit surprised. But if that's how it felt, that obviously isn't ideal, because they were an important delivery partner, an important part of how the country responded to the pandemic, and I would always want to make sure that they felt they had a voice. And as I said, my experience is a bit idiosyncratic because the chair of the LGA is someone who I'd worked with and known, and he could always just send me a message or call me or something if he needed to talk to me or get a meeting, which he was struggling to get. So I'm not averse to making sure that their voice is heard, because it should be heard.
Yeah.
I'm probably sorry not to be so precise on whether there should be a formal structure for that, but in general, yes. If people are sitting in the cabinet room or in Downing Street generally or in Treasury and they're not thinking about local government, then that would be an oversight.
I mean, we've picked up before that sometimes the pressure of the situation and the need for urgent intervention or decisions truncates or cuts off completely the ability to consult. And we heard some evidence about a programme board being set up to engage with local authorities, moving towards the third cohort. And in fact, then when the Omicron grant, or the grant that arose from the Omicron variant, was developed, the need for urgency meant that there wasn't time to go to the board. So that might, I suppose, make your point for you in terms of structures.
Yeah.
There was a structure.
Yeah.
It was meant to exist to provide that consultation, but urgency got in the way, and therefore it didn't. And then people feel more disgruntled that we've got a structure and you still didn't.
And it's not used. Yes, I think that's a fair observation. And again, that's a good example because I remember that period acutely, and I did have a set of calls, Teams meetings, Zoom meetings from memory, because I was travelling with all the business groups from the hospitality industry. So, so at least in that sense, given that they were the ones that were most impacted because of what was happening and something was said at a press conference and then they all saw a massive drop in their takings and customer footfall. And then I think I did more than one, but I did one kind of group roundtable, virtual roundtable, and engage with all of that sector to try to get, tell me what's happening on the ground, because there'd been a press conference where something was said that then obviously then caused an outcome in the real economy where people stopped going out straight away, and it was pre-Christmas and they were all suffering. So I did do that in that moment, and then to your point, and then we just had to then announce, we announced what we did, which was helpful. The only thing I would say on that, and again, I'm not hugely averse to the idea, is, and I read some of the commentary, and I guess the thing I was asking myself, what was the thing that we didn't do, or that all the people who wanted this engagement wanted us to do differently? And that's the bit that I couldn't quite see in the evidence, and I might have missed it. And that's why I'm sure, people just sometimes like to be involved in the conversations, and that's completely understandable. And often that means that the outcome of the policy is improved. And look, and in this case, I think that engagement, as I said, it happened the day after I made the announcement on cohort 1. All the groups were meeting and delivering all the guidance. What's interesting to me, just reviewing this period, is because I saw the comments from someone saying, "Oh, we could have helped feed into the design or these schemes, etc." It's not as if the fundamental design of these schemes changed on grants. We'll get into the targeting bit and the complication around that, but fundamentally, it's not obvious to me that there was a big thing that someone was like, "If you'd had me in the room, I would have told you X, and you didn't do X, or you then did it later." But I guess which is my only slight pushback is was there a specific thing that somehow was missed? Because that would be another way to argue in favour of something more formal, if there was really an evidence that something somehow was really meaningful that got missed as a result of not having that extra level of forced engagement, so to speak, beyond what was anyway happening. And I might have missed it, but I couldn't find something specific from the people who felt that they could have, or felt that they should have been in part of that process. That was my only thought. And again, if I've missed it, I'm very happy to talk about it.
Can we move on to targeting? Well, targeting really and complexity, and I'll introduce that as a subject with this observation. Generally speaking, you have extolled the virtues of schemes that were simple, easy to understand, could be clearly communicated. You know, that was one of the great benefits of CJRS, for example. One of the great benefits of SAYS, one of the great benefits of the uplift to universal credit, that you can just stand up, make a reassuring statement that here's the scheme, this is what it's going to do, and everybody can understand it. Now, the flip side of that is targeting. And we come back to this in grants as we have discussed it previously, but you can either celebrate the virtues of it being simple or you can criticise that it's therefore not targeted. And I just wonder with the grants, that there did become 3 cohorts, and lots of different grants targeting different businesses. And so you introduced targeting, but it was at the expense of simplicity and ease of delivery. And I just wonder if there's an answer to that.
No, I've reviewed this entire thing. I mean, preparing for this over the past few months, I mean, the bit that really required a lot of time on my part was trying to go over this grant section. I mean, you look at these charts and what we did, and it's undeniably complex. And going over it again, I remember it being complex at the time, and us having to try and figure out how to simply communicate to the public, to local authorities, to parliamentarians, what support was out there for whom over that autumnish period and beyond. And I remember it being complex then, and going over this now, or the last few months, reminds me of just how complicated it became. All I can say is, there was an attempt to be more targeted, and I can't even remember all the different names of these things and acronyms. But again, as the economy was starting to reopen, we had the tiering system, different regions being impacted by different MPIs. Businesses over here could be closed in a particular region, but not over here. So we try to adopt these grant schemes to be much more shorter term in duration. So instead of here's your grant for 3 months, we're all on 3-month lockdown, it's, well, we'll do this in, I think it was 3 or 4 week increments at a time, and they're flexed depending on whether your area is in this tier or that tier. And again, I think that's not an unreasonable thing to try and do. It was more targeted. It's what people would say you should do for all the reasons we've discussed. And maybe it would have been fine if the health situation had been more stable and stayed in that state for a while. But the problem is, as we discussed with JSS and furlough and other things, because the health situation kept changing and deteriorating on a kind of trajectory to another lockdown, these things just had to keep getting iterated, because they were designed on the basis of one type of health response, and then a month later it got more serious, and then a month later it got more serious, and then you just ended up doing the same thing you did at the beginning, because we're in another 1 month, then 3-month national lockdown. So that was what, at least that was the thesis behind why we did what we did, accepting all that complexity, or accepting a degree of complexity to have better targeting. And I think there's kind of an arguable case that would potentially have been a worthwhile trade-off had it stayed. What clearly happened is it just became more and more complex as we had to keep up with the health response, and then you end up back where you started, with simple grant lasting 3 months to the whole cohort. So that at least is I hope it's a helpful context and explanation for why those charts look the way they do.
And is there any learning from that? I mean, in terms of if you had this situation again, I mean, obviously we now know what we know, but if you were in it again, would you favour retaining just a simple structure for grants, or is the targeting the important thing? And how do you, again, it's squaring the circle, how do you find the way through?
Yes, Look, again, I'm loath, because it will depend on the situation, and maybe there'll be a better understanding of duration of whatever pandemic. I mean, clearly in hindsight, it was not the right thing to do because the health situation deteriorated, so you ended up back where you started. But that is in hindsight. Was it a reasonable thing to do at the beginning? I think yes, and where you can target things without a hugely burdensome kind of delivery cost on the other side, and the speed element is slightly less critical as it was by the time we'd got to the autumn. I don't think that is an unreasonable thing to try and do, actually. I think the caution next time around, if there is a next time around, is people having in the back of their head, we think this is going to last that long, and as a judgment for someone, do we think it's worth doing things on the basis that it's going to last a lot longer, or do we do things on the basis that hopefully it will be okay and we're out of it and it's once and done? And that will be a judgment for someone to make at the time.
Is there a data point here, though, that could be thought about now in terms of, I mean, you described how local authorities know businesses know their local areas. They hold different data to central government. That's in a way why they were given the job of delivering a lot of this support in terms of business rates relief and those sorts of things. Is there some work that could be done now, which had it been done before this emergency would have enabled you as Chancellor to make easier decisions about targeting if that data was in some way centralised, shared, analysed, looking ahead to delivery?
I think, look, we've talked about this before. The business rate system is really the only system that we have that has a set of information on businesses, but only those businesses with physical premises.
Yeah.
And there is, because we have over some years developed in peacetime sector reliefs for the hospitality industry. So that system does have a relatively high level sector breakdown, which has been refined over time because we have peacetime reliefs for pubs and restaurants. Obviously, right now are in the process of being removed to some extent. But so I think that's there. So I'm not sure what one would do. It needs differently to that. Look, it's imperfect, but if you've got you're trying to help people with the fixed costs. By definition, those fixed costs come from the rent predominantly, and therefore they have physical premises. We have a sector breakdown for retail, hospitality, and leisure that has been refined over time. So I think that's probably in pretty good shape. I don't think that was the issue so much as the fact that the grants had different values and applied to different people depending on whether their area was open or closed. And I think that was and there's not really a data way, I don't think, to resolve that issue. That's just a function of how stable is that epidemiological response to the pandemic, that it makes sense to have grants that are done on that basis. Because the cohort here was, I don't think, particularly controversial. We talked about hard edges. Because it's been refined over time, we picked up the people that needed to be picked up in the industries that had been shut down. That one reflection is something that we introduced in April that, again, in the future, someone should do from day one is the discretionary pot. So we ended up having, because again, to this point on the hard edges, I think in this case, the RHL, retail, hospitality and leisure sector is pretty well defined. That picks up pretty much everyone you want. But it had some weird little anomalies. For example, market halls being a good example, actually. You had small retailers inside traditional market halls in market towns who didn't show up on the business rate system because the business rates were paid by the overall market hall and then passed through to them in their rent payment. Now, they obviously were meant to be beneficiaries of the policy. So you're sitting in Downing Street. Someone like that, of course, should be benefiting from this grant. And if that same shop was on the high street with the same total rent and business rates bill, it would get the grant. And so there was that was a quirk that came up. And there were a few other little things like that, which is why then we said, look, we'll just do a discretionary pot. I think it was either 5 or 10% of your overall value that you're getting. The local authorities, to our point before, will be able to figure out who it should go to. And that worked really well. And it took us 4 weeks to get to that point from the beginning. But again, next time around, I would do that at the beginning, day one.
Right. So that's a point of learning then.
Yes.
That having that discretionary pot
Just picks up those.
Yeah, and it saves central government having to try and pick this up by happenstance or by listening to complaints that might be coming in from market halls in different places around the country.
And there will be multiple other little things like that that you can't and shouldn't be trying to deal with out of a Downing Street. But that would be... And I think... I mean, the other thing that works, I think, well, and we asked local authorities to do a lot, but we did fund them what's called the New Burdens funding. So there's an established process in government for providing funding to local authorities, which I was acutely aware of when I was local government minister. It's called New Burdens funding. So you put a new burden on local government to do something, then you need to, central government needs to give them the money to deal with it. And I think over the course of the pandemic, almost £250 million was given over. And that formula tends to work quite well, I think. It's an important feature because you can't expect local government to just start picking up all these new responsibilities without recognising that has a resource implication on them.
Can I move on to the VCSE sector?
Just before we do, Mr. Wright, I know that there was, again, just going back on our previous discussion on fraud, I noticed, interesting, on the grant schemes, again, I think is a good example of this. I'll be very brief. Of the fraud that occurred in the grant schemes, 90% of it occurred in cohort 1. And I think that is instructive because that is, again, where you had this acute trade-off between speed and checks. And there's one email that summarises this that came into my team from MHCLG, and it says, we've spoken to local authorities and they've been clear, onerous prepayment checks will delay things by 4 to 6 weeks. And again, it's just a good illustration of that trade-off. So it's not as if we weren't aware of it. It was an acceptance that in the same set of circumstances we described on bounce-back loans applied here, we needed to get them the cash, and we made a decision. And then, obviously, in the fullness of time, you can see that you have the luxury of time to implement new things, people get better at it, and it's less acute because everything's being announced months in advance, so you can do the checks and you see the fraud things drop. But to some extent, again, in the future, you would have that same trade-off. It would be a bit less acute because we developed some systems. But fundamentally, if you want people to do prepayment checks, that puts time into the system.
Okay, thank you. The VCSE sector, I just want to pick this up very, very briefly because I don't want to run out of time. And there are some other questions. So really we talked about the voice of local government. VCSE, needs to have a voice in central government. I'm sure you'd accept that. Do you think that it was cutting through to you as Chancellor sufficiently? The quirks, for example, in charities, things like in C-bills, there was a requirement for applicants to have a 50% trading income threshold. You changed that when it was brought to your attention, but is the point here that, yes, it's important to listen to that voice and for it to be well represented? Yes,
and I again, similar to local government, obviously that would largely come through DCMS, and that's not unreasonable. There were two changes we made. One was on the trading percentage of revenue for the loans, and the other one was on small business rate relief, which was the grants for small organisations went to those who were eligible for small business rate relief, but charities benefit from charitable business rates relief. So we needed to tweak that to make sure that they got the grants that were intended for them. So both of those things were changed. Again, we were learning as fast as we can. Next time around, obviously, both of those things could be done from the beginning. But we're, of course, aware of the incredible impact that charities were having in helping to respond to the pandemic and the impact that the pandemic was having on them, which is why I think a couple of weeks in early April, first week of April, I announced £750 million of support for the charities sector, and that combined with I think 300 million that we knew was coming from the National Lottery Community Fund, meant that there was over £1 billion of specific support going to frontline charities to help them provide key services and support vulnerable people during the pandemic. And thousands of those organisations across the country did an incredible job, and I know lots of people gave up their time to volunteer for them, and they were an important part of the response.
Can I move on to final topic, long COVID, and then I'll give you an opportunity to share any final reflections. But long COVID, first question. Now, obviously, at the outset of the pandemic, long COVID was not recognised as a condition because it hadn't been developed as a condition. But generally, was Treasury factoring in the risks of a novel virus having long-term health consequences that could impact the economy and economic recovery?
Yeah, I think, as you said, we're obviously recipients of the health advice on this topic, and I think by about autumn, as I can find various bits of advice that talk about this in the autumn of 2020. I think at that point, we have some numbers on what percentage of the population were impacted. I think it probably, although I can't remember in precise terms, would have contributed to the funding uplift that the NHS received for the kind of post-pandemic year, 21 to 22, because there was an acknowledgement that there was this, extra built-up demand on the NHS, and that's why I can't remember the exact number, but in that settlement, the NHS received billions of extra pounds, obviously to help them continue to help all the extra people who had various different health conditions or the backlog on the NHS arising from the pandemic. And then, I guess more broadly, throughout the pandemic, many of the things we did, the investments we would have made in the welfare system or social care system would have helped those who had
駐京辦啦出席行政長官會見傳媒嘅時間。咁我哋首先有請行政長官，唔該。
首先係多謝各位傳媒朋友嚟到駐京辦。今日下午，我向國家主席習近平先生述職，我衷心感謝習主席對我同特區政府嘅工作充分肯定，並表示喺過去一年，我哋堅定維護國家主權、安全、發展利益，成功舉行第8屆立法會選舉，主動融入國家發展大局，實現經濟穩步發展，香港由治及興邁出新步伐。習近平主席提到大埔重大火災令人痛心，再次對遇難者同殉職消防員表示哀悼，對佢哋嘅家屬同埋受災嘅同胞表示慰問。習主席指出，20屆四中全會對15/5時期國家經濟社會發展作出戰略擘劃，強調要堅定不移貫徹一國兩制、港人治港、高度自治方針，促進香港長期繁榮穩定。並指示特區政府要主動對接國家15/5規劃，堅持同埋完善行政主導，紮實推動經濟高質量發展，深度參與粵港澳大灣區建設，更好融入同服務國家發展大局，推動香港實現更好發展。本屆政府上任3年多以嚟，政策不斷落實，陸續見到成果，香港嘅進步同埋成績獲得國際認同，亦都反映喺國際排名上。香港國際金融中心地位上升1位，連續2年全球第3，整體競爭力上升4位，至全球第3，人才競爭力2年躍升12位，至全球第4，安全城市排名躋身10大，全球第7。呢啲客觀評級反映政府施政方向正確，亦都彰顯香港喺一國兩制之下嘅強大生命力。我向習主席匯報咗香港喺政治、經濟同埋社會嘅整體情況。我嘅匯報包括以下4個方面：第一，特區政府堅定不移維護國家安全，保持高度警惕。過去1年，我哋抓緊時間完善維護國家安全嘅相關法律制度同埋執行機制，完善維護國家安全條例附屬法例嘅立法，修訂職工會條例同埋監獄規則等工作，進一步填補國安風險嘅短板。就黎智英案，法庭昨日已經作出裁決，裁定黎智英3項控罪全部成立。法庭嘅定罪判決彰顯咗法律嘅正義，維護咗香港嘅核心價值。第二，立法會選舉順利舉行，政府持續支援災民，全力做好善後同埋復原工作。喺選舉前，不幸發生大埔宏福苑火災，感謝中央嘅關心同埋全力支援處理災情。特區政府喺市民支持之下完成選舉工作，整體嘅投票率達到31.9%，超過21年嘅投票率，顯示特區政府嘅施政方向、火災救援重建同改革嘅決心，以至立法會嘅工作得到市民嘅大致認同。喺行政主導同埋愛國者治港原則相適應下，政府會同新一屆立法會良好合作，共同推動火災嘅支援同埋重建工作，推行系統性改革，並大力發展經濟，改善民生。喺大埔宏福苑火災支援同埋善後工作方面，我感謝習主席對事件高度重視。我向主席匯報特區政府全力以赴做好傷員救治、善後支援、社會復原、全面調查、制度改革等工作。我已經成立由陸啟康法官組 做主持嘅獨立委員會，全面找出真相，追究責任到底。我哋會推行系統性改革，打破利益藩籬，不允許悲劇再發生。獨立委員會好快就會落實運作，9個月內提交報告，亦都會可以喺中期發表報告同埋作出建議。第三，香港特區保持經濟發展良好勢態，民生持續改善。香港抓緊15規劃嘅機遇，推動8大中心建設同埋發展，利用好香港享有國家、國際雙重疊加優勢，發展經濟。香港經濟今年第3季表現蓬勃，出口繼續上升，本地需求持續擴張。金融方面，股市暢旺，我哋會繼續鞏固同埋發揮香港國際金融中心地位，助力人民幣國際化。喺創科方面，河套深港科技創新合作區香港園區今個月正式營運，我哋都會積極打造國際高端人才集聚高地。喺旅遊方面，我哋大力推動城市經濟同埋特色旅遊，受惠於中央擴大個人遊等措施，整體訪港旅客數目上升12%。香港國際機場獲選為最佳顧客體驗機場。北部都會區係未來發展嘅重要引擎。沙嶺數據園區正在招標，洪水橋將以片區開發模式推動市場參與，加速發展。經濟增長係改善民生嘅基礎，能夠創造就業同埋財富。我重視民生，喺呢3年多以嚟，我哋致力改善基層住房問題，興建3萬個簡約公屋，幫助基層解決住屋問題。約有1萬個單位喺年底前落成啟用。公屋綜合輪候時間由本屆政府上任前嘅高峰6.1年，縮短整整1年至今年9月底嘅5.1年。我哋處理咗2個老大難嘅問題，包括推出簡樸房、取締劣質劏房同立法規管網約車，解決2個累積超過10年嘅社會問題。中醫醫院亦都已經開始提供服務，進一步提升對市民健康嘅照顧。第四，香港特區會主動融入同服務國家發展大局，對接15規劃。我感謝中央過去1年推出多項挺港惠港措施，包括支持國際調解院落戶香港，擴展港資港法港仲裁嘅適用範圍。粵車南下亦都會喺12月23日進入香港市區。呢啲措施將進一步增添香港嘅發展動能。我哋會主動對接15規劃建議，全面融入同服務國家發展大局，積極參與同埋貢獻粵港澳大灣區建設，高質量共建「一帶一路」等國家戰略。展望未來，明年係國家15規劃開局之年，亦都會係特區政府持續全力拼經濟謀發展、搞建設、為民生嘅一年，係主動對接15規劃國家發展戰略，實現進一步發展嘅一年。我會繼續帶領團隊統籌發展同安全，深化改革，發揮香港背靠祖國、聯通世界嘅獨特優勢，深化國際交往合作，發展經濟，改善民生，確保香港長期繁榮穩定。我喺聽日返香港，多謝大家。
好，係傳媒提問嘅時間。咁我哋叫你之後咧，麻煩你舉手示同埋提問北區2個問題。左邊指3位記者第一條。
有線嘅。想問咧，關於大埔宏福苑啦，咁主席都話覺得對事件係感到痛心啦。對於後續嘅善後啦，或者一啲調查跟進嘅工作啦，習近平主席有咩指示咧？同埋包括你都話今年嘅政府財政咧有望做規劃型啦。咁對於動用公帑可能協助居民安置或者重建宏福苑上面，主席有咩關注咧？另外就係佢都有提到立法會選舉成功舉行嘅，亦都係第4年去肯定未來
習主席係好關心大埔火災，佢喺會見我嘅時候，再次對受災嘅人士咧致以深切嘅慰問，亦都對於受難者同埋殉職嘅消防員再次表示哀悼。我匯報俾習主席聽，我喺支援災民以及我哋成立獨立委員會去追究責任，做系統改革，去希望將我哋系統性改善現有嘅短板或者漏洞，唔俾呢個悲劇有任何再發生嘅可能性。主席對於特區政府嘅工作係認同嘅，但係都強調呢個工作需要持續揸緊落實。我係好多謝佢喺呢方面嘅認同同埋勉勵。我亦都多次講我哋對於災民嘅支援係會持續去做，會係一路陪住災民呢，係完全處理佢哋善後復常嘅工作嘅。之後我哋要處理嘅問題會包括長遠對於佢哋住宿嘅安排。黃偉綸副司長作為我哋住宿安排嘅工作組嘅組長呢，亦都同社會交代咗，而家特區政府研究緊不同嘅方案。呢啲不同方案點樣落實呢？我講第一步係要聽咗災民嘅意見，因為佢哋嘅意願好唔同嘅，有啲係希望當然喺返大埔區啦，有啲有提及過希望喺原址又重建啦，但係技術上嘅可能性存唔存在呢？結構上會點呢？呢方面第一個考慮啦。第二有一啲亦都係想最適切自己平時嘅生活需要嘅，包括地點有冇交通同埋是否係再住返喺居屋類嘅單位，定係一啲甚至可以係公屋嘅單位等等呢？所以每一個災民嘅需求都不一樣。有一啲係住客嘅，咁佢其實亦都可以考慮當佢嘅租住期現在嘅租住期完，佢始終都要考慮有一個新嘅租務安排。所以不同受影響嘅家庭都不一樣嘅，所以我哋咧係希望咧聽取咗佢哋嘅意見。當然可能意見係好不同嘅，所以最終我哋係咪有一啲選項俾不同嘅需求去選擇呢？咁呢個係我哋考慮嘅。落實裏邊咧，當然係涉及資源嘅運用嘅。資源嘅運用當然我哋有一啲現有制度係可以處理，但係亦都可能有一啲新制度我哋要建立起來。喺呢個階段呢，太早去講用咩方法呢？我覺得係言之尚早，一定要聽咗意見之後，我哋點樣平衡既係情理法以及我哋整體嘅資源有效運用，希望呢盡量符合災民同埋社會嘅期望嘅。至於查出真相、問責到底呢個，我喺匯報嘅時候呢已經好清晰向習主席報告咗啦。咁佢亦都指示喺呢方面嘅工作去揸緊落實。立法會嘅選舉喺發生大埔火災到我哋真真正正投票日呢，係11天。11天裏邊，特區政府要同時去做好救援災民，同時去舉行立法會選舉，安全公平公正有序暢順咁進行呢。好多謝習主席對我呢方面工作嘅肯定。對於今次嘅投票率比上一次立法會選舉嘅投票率增加咗，咁呢個呢當然 特區政府喺呢方面同市民一齊努力之下嘅成果嘅。咁喺習主席聽匯報嘅時候呢，佢係提及立法會選舉嘅重要性，因為立法會係喺憲制上有秩序，憲制秩序裏邊咧有個重要嘅角色，同埋有好多權力嘅。我有向習主席匯報呢，喺立法會1月1號當佢哋宣誓就任之後呢，我哋會立即展開工作嘅。我相信大家都知道啦，其實喺呢個禮拜呢，政務司長呢已經係組織一個同立法會當選嘅議員大家做一個交流互動嘅。咁呢個會喺政府總部舉行。我提出呢點呢，因為呢習主席有提出我哋要堅持同埋完善行政主導。我喺上任之後已經係喺幾方面呢去實踐行政主導。行政主導喺我個人理解呢，一定要主導同埋主動。所以我上任不久呢，就提出前廳交流會呢個先驅性嘅做法，我覺得有佢嘅效果嘅。而繼續喺新一屆立法會議員上任之後呢，特別有好多係第一次參加立法會工作啦，我覺得呢方面嘅交流係重要嘅，所以我好高興政務司長咁快就組織呢一次嘅交流會。另外行政主導裏邊，我係同立法會議員呢有一個互動交流答問會嘅。我哋將我哋單方面嘅提問同埋答覆呢，改為雙方面互動啊！咁更加呢，大家喺考慮為香港做好政策措施嘅共同努力之下呢，互相想好辦法。我亦都主動呢，係將一啲國家政策或者重要文件嚟到去立法會提出討論，特別喺互動交流答問會呢，係希望立法會同特區政府大家都喺基本法之下有一個憲制秩序中嘅重要角色咧，去共同做好我哋特別係有關我哋國家嘅重大發展政策同方向。做好我嘅工作係我嘅本分。我只要係喺在任，我都會做好我嘅工作。將來嘅工作，將來想，但係今天一定要係做好當為行政長官帶領特區政府同埋帶領整個社會去發展經濟、改善民生，特別係大家咧係共同做好災民嘅支援同埋我哋嘅重建工作。
好，下條提問。左手邊膚色衫嘅男記者。
Good afternoon, good evening, Chief Executive President from SCMP. So first, you mentioned that you reported the judgment of Jimmy Lai's case to the President. Did he touch on the case, given that U.S. President Donald Trump called on President Xi to release Lai? And secondly, did President Xi give any further instructions on future reforms regarding the Taipei fire? And did he call for officials to be held accountable?
I reported to Chairman Xi, President Xi, of what we have been doing to safeguard national security. I reported the conviction of Lai Chih-ying yesterday when the court convicted him on all the 3 counts relating to endangering national security. And I also reported to President Xi that we will continue to steadfastly uphold our duty of safeguarding national security, including the hold of Hong Kong SAR. That means the government, the Legislative Council, and also the judiciary. All of us have a duty under the Hong Kong national security law to safeguard national security. President Xi heard about what we did, and he affirmed his strong recognition of our efforts in this regard. And he also confirmed his strong support for both the government and the judiciary to uphold the duty of safeguarding national security. And this is a case which is very important in our whole efforts to protect national security, because it confirms that people who try to make use of different excuses position themselves deceitfully in different positions, whether in relation to being a media operator or otherwise. The law clearly targets acts. So it is the acts of the defendants that contravene the national security law. Then they are rightfully convicted by the court based on evidence and based on legal principles. President Xi encouraged us to continue our efforts in this regard. But I must also make use of this opportunity to condemn government officials or media organizations outside Hong Kong who try to mislead the public, ignore the strong reasons that are very clearly spelled out in the judgment concerning the crimes committed by Lai. And some organizations, particularly foreign media organizations, deliberately mislead the public, deliberately whitewash the criminal act of Lai under the cloak of so-called media tycoon. And these organizations' objective is to obscure Lai's shameless acts and subversive action as an agent of external forces to infiltrate and brainwash young people through manipulating the media to incite the public and also betray the interests of the country and the people. As regards the government's efforts in helping out affected families who suffered in the type of fire, President Xi listened to what the Hong Kong government has done and also will be doing in helping the affected families, the relief that we have all been doing to help them and support them, and the action to help them to recover, as well as the action to help society as a whole to recover. He encouraged us to continue to work hard on that, and he has mentioned that it has to be a consistent and continuous effort. This is exactly what I am doing together with my government team. I reported to him the establishment of the independent committee, which will fairly, justly look into two critical topics that relates to the cause and the widespread of the fire, and also to the long-standing problem that trouble a lot of people in Hong Kong regarding large-scale building renovation work. And I've told them these two topics are big topics that will involve a lot of work. And I have mentioned the gratitude that I have for the chairman and the two members to boldly undertake these two very important responsibilities. I have said that I have given 9 months for the independent committee to complete its work, which is a pressing timetable, because unlike other previous setups, we are dealing with 2 main topics instead of 1. So this is actually asking the independent committee to do 2 major tasks almost in parallel. That will be very demanding. That is also why I've reported that I've given this reserve power for the independent committee to, on the one hand, they can really streamline procedure to increase efficiency so that they can finish the work ASAP, and at the same time ensure that they will have the power necessary if it is required at the time to address certain issues and areas. And I have made it very clear to President Xi that the committee's purpose is to find out the truth and also to look for accountability. And I have repeated that many times before our friends media. And I want to repeat again. We'll ensure that no stones will be left unturned to probe the truth and find out the loopholes and also those who are responsible. And then accountability will come in.
副長問題問灰色衫灰色衫嗰個記者係唔係灰色黑色嗰個灰色黑色嗰個係呢個？係特首你好 Now TV 嘅，想問下咧，即係黃福苑火災善後都應該要一段時間啦，你會唔會都想爭取連任睇埋居民嘅安置有始有終咁樣咧？同埋除咗善後之外咧，主席有冇指示話可能有官員咧要為今次重大嘅火災負責啊？譬如話無論官職幾大都要做咁樣。另外第二條問題就想問下咧，即係美國、英國咧，佢哋都陸續咧因為呢個黎智英案咧有啲評論啦，就可能話要求特區政府釋放黎智英咁樣。即係你點樣睇啲評論，同埋如果日後更加多嘅國家有呢種嘅評論嘅話，你同其他官員外訪嘅時候，會唔會都揀唔去呢一啲國家咧？唔該。
The work that we are doing to help and support the affected families. OK， 啱啱我答完第二個問題英文，所以唔好意思嚇。對於災民嘅善後工作咧，尤其係對於佢哋嘅長期安置呢個，我相信會需要一個過程。雖然我心急，但係必須要聽咗個意見，然後我會相信喺立法會有一個充分嘅討論，然後咧找出最有效、最全面、最適當嘅方法去處理嘅。無論任何一個行政長官喺在任嘅時候，你都一定全力以赴做好佢嘅工作嘅。而政策同埋工作咧係會持續做，無論任何人當上當屆嘅政府都係要做嘅，因為無論任何一個人當上行政長官，都係香港嘅當家人，政府都係第一責任人，所以呢個當家嘅角色同責任嘅角色都會變，應該做嘅工作會繼續，無論邊個人喺政府工作都一定要做，而且立法會以及社會喺呢方面嘅監督，亦都會要求行政長官同埋政府官員係會做好當家人同埋第一責任嘅角色，將工作落實好。我相信每一個喺政府工作嘅人都抱住呢一種咁嘅心態，呢一個咁嘅服務社會嘅工作態度咧，去做好佢嘅工作嘅。我向習主席匯報喺大埔火災，除咗救援工作，亦都有講我成立獨立委員會嘅目的，就係要追究責任到底，要查個水落石出到底。我亦都強調，無論任何人，如果佢要負責任嘅，咁佢嘅責任承擔就要係履行嘅。咁呢個多次講咗啦，呢個係包括係政府官員或者非政府官員，基層官員或者非基層官員，民間嘅任何有角色有責任嘅，如果 喺我哋嘅調查過程裏邊發現佢有責任，佢就要承擔呢個責任啦。我哋亦都會向佢問責嘅。最後呢，今次黎智英案呢，法庭係清晰咁將佢3項控罪呢都全部定罪嘅，而法庭嘅判詞呢係有800多頁紙嘅，裏邊呢所作出嘅證據分析同埋整個定罪嘅原因同埋道理，好詳細解釋嘅。外國政府一啲代表、一啲官員或者外國政客，甚至媒體，去唔理事實，去唔睇法庭證據，盲目咁去抹黑，呢啲咧特別係咧去又要求喺定罪之後作出任何所謂嘅釋放，唔係法律依據去處理咧，呢啲其實咧都係妨礙司法公正嘅，都係要對法治嘅踐踏嘅。我哋係譴責呢啲政府官員呢啲政客，甚至係外國媒體喺呢方面咧佢哋係咧幫助黎智英去穿上一個假借係所謂任何民主或者新聞工作者嘅假外衣，佢就係利用媒體去做佢嘅犯法行為，做佢顛覆行為。佢唔係你哋嘅同學，佢係利用你哋嘅啫，所以你哋都係受害者。任何媒體俾佢利用，甚至係唔覺意俾佢利用，都係佢嘅圖謀。咁我覺得政府咧係喺呢方面咧個聲明好清晰強烈嘅。我哋特區政府以及司法機關咧都會繼續好堅定咁去維護我哋嘅國家安全。我哋對於同外國嘅交往，我哋係好有自信心嘅。我哋香港有自己嘅優勢。我哋同任何一個國家或者地區或者地方，大家交往合作咧，我哋係覺得係互利共贏嘅。咁當然如果雙方面都係抱住大家共同為自己嘅人民創造最大嘅利益同埋福祉嘅咧，當然我哋嘅交往合作係非常愉快啦。但係如果單方面佢自己作出一啲，我覺得佢係不識大體，而且係冇道理只係霸凌嘅行為咧，我覺得社會嘅眼睛係雪亮嘅。我哋亦都世界好大我哋去開展我哋不同國家、不同地區、不同地方嘅聯繫咧，空間無限。我哋亦都覺得咧好多新南海等住我哋特區去開發，亦都好多謝好多企業嘅代表咧好支持我哋喺國際交往合作方面咧，更加開展新嘅區域合作，同埋打開更多我哋貿易嘅網絡。咁多謝大家。
好，唔該曬，大家唔該晒。
Great.
My lady, the next witness, please, is Robert Joyce.
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly,
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Take a seat.
I hope we haven't kept you waiting too long, Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce, you have provided an expert report to the inquiry, and I'll give the reference INQ 0005883131. And just by way of introduction to you professionally, you're an economist with an expertise in the microeconomics of public policy and a particular specialism in labour markets, welfare, tax policy and economic inequality. Is that right?
That's right.
And you're a director at Alma Economics.
That's right.
You're instructed by the inquiry to prepare a report examining the key economic issues facing the United Kingdom during the COVID-19 pandemic, and in particular to explore the challenges and trade-offs that the economic policy response faced. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, we'll come on to this a little more in the substantive questions, but you were not asked and have not provided a comprehensive overview and assessment of all elements of the economic response, nor an evaluation, if you like, in terms of how you rate the response. Is that right?
That's correct.
So can we, first of all, as a topic, just look at the nature of the shock that was caused by COVID-19? And we've heard lots of evidence in the inquiry that it was unprecedented, and I think everyone agrees about that. But what was different about this shock in terms of the issues that it raised and how it materialised?
I think the main distinctive features are, first of all, that it affected so many different domains of life, and in particular of economic life, at the same time.